So what we've got at the end of the last session is a basic train system delivering us coal and petrol. Definitely room to improve it, but it's a good start, and that's going to take care of itself. We've also got a whole series of smeltery blocks here feeding the initial research production and labs and stuff like that off the starting resources. A little bit of power, and then here's where the oil is made and the extra coal that we're bringing in. So short-term goals: finish the smelting run. There should be 2 more cells here that I'd like to put in. Get the initial processing of the petrol put into place. So we want to make things like batteries, plastic over here on this end, so they can be fed in. And the immediate thing I want to do is tidy up the start of the blue science production that I did, because I did work out after the previous stream that I've done all the maths completely wrong. So there was just one stage of the numbers that I didn't do that left me with entirely the wrong ratio of production over here. So what we're aiming for is 12 machines making blue science packs, which will balance the production per second or per minute with what we've got from the red and the green. And to do that, we do not need this many engines, and this many engines do not need this many pipes and gears. So we're going to cut this back a bit. In order to feed the 12 blue science machines, we just need 10 engine machines. So that's 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. These can go, and that entire row above it can go as well. Have the same fun time when I next need to do the maths to work out what we're doing. The inventory's a bit too full to tear all this apart. It's a bit of an issue. These 10 engine factories should only need 1 gear machine and 1 pipe machine. So I'm going to tear up this whole bottom row, move everything up 1 step. Okay, so that one can stay as gears. This one will change to pipes. I need to change the way they feed together. Can I do that a bit neater like that, maybe? Somehow. Gears on the inside, pipes on the outside. We can do that. So we won't need these machines anymore either. That being the case, we can probably squish all this into 1 row. I'm definitely going to need a little box just to dump everything in while I mess around. That box isn't big enough. Do for now, so we can lift all of this up as well. maths involved in Factorio compared to the maths I was doing in Anno last night is very different. Which is why I got it so wrong. You have to factor in a lot of different elements to get to the same point of knowing what your ratio is supposed to be. Just done tearing everything down. It's a lot of engine units that I don't particularly need right now, but never mind. I'll scoop up all of these so that I can reset the belt layout. Put those 10 engine machines in these gaps. Engines, there they are. They need us to feed in the gears and pipes that are running on this line. And then we'll run steel below that line, which is the last ingredient. Through a neat way, I'm going to need to tidy up how I'm doing this. That ideally will go like that. We get these onto the two sides of it. Like so. That'll work, won't it? Gears on one side, pipes on the other, steel on the other line. Then on this side we can output our engines. That's half. So ideally we'll balance that as well. It's probably not necessary. We're probably going to put something else on the other half, actually, thinking about it. So this will be half engines and half whatever else is required. Sulfur or advanced circuits. There we go, now we have the correct number of engines being created. That is better. Now I'm going to put some extra lights in, keep that visible. Okay, so I've corrected that. Don't need the engines, so we'll leave them in the box. So got a couple of boxes of rubbish here as well, don't I? Don't need radars at the moment, don't need cliff explosives currently. We've cleared out all the nearby cliffs for the time being. Not doing rail work at the moment. That. Here's out all the junk I definitely don't need, but I do want to take the stone furnaces. I'm missing some lights here as well. Let's fill these in. Do them on this side of the road as well, because it does get very dark at night. Now it's turned to daytime, it's hard to tell which ones are missing. I think it's just the next down this road. Good. Okay, so next thing I'm going to do is extend our smelting cells. I'm going to put an extra block of iron smelting and copper smelting down this end. Probably copper first, and then the iron will feed from this new patch in the southwest. So I'll start with putting all of the power poles into place. That's the gap. It's 4 for the cell, 2 for another gap, 4 for another cell. Doesn't line up perfectly, but we'll deal with that later. I think we're going to need more poles in order to fill this in. I left all my wood in that chest. May have to run back and get it. Just chop a few extra trees down here. Gonna want them cleared out eventually anyway. As at some point we will be developing this into one big mega base. Longer term goals are to get through a few basic achievements that I ought to have, considering the hours I've put into the game. The amount of iron produced per hour and electronic circuits per hour, these kind of things, so we just need a big base to do that. So we're going to make a giant factory that does a little bit of everything. To be enough wood to make enough poles to fill this in. Definitely will be good. IT looks off a bit. It's a little better. I'm finding it hard to balance the lighting in my camera in the middle of the day. I want some natural light to come in here, so I don't go crazy, but too much natural light is obviously very difficult to control. Let's take bricks and put in the walkways. Need a lot more bricks. So 1, 2. I think the next one's here. Yeah, that's right. That last one that's not going to line up on the other end. The train station's in the way. Ah, no. I've just measured that out wrong. I think. There should be an extra row of... Yeah, there should be an extra row of pylons here. At some point we will move the train station over. But not now. It's not particularly urgent. Just for the sake of lining that road up. Just take a few more bricks and go lay in as much of it as we can at the moment. Only a little frustrating, no big deal. So that's fine. Let's get some lights put in while we can see them. B1, yeah, there. Middle where all the belts are going to run. Set on this last road as well. Start filling in the actual smelting sections. Probably going to need more furnaces to do that. How many do I need? It's 48 in each. So I'm going to need another 34. Scoop up all the stone I need for that. Should be the right number. So they need to go in these blocks, one there, like so. I'm going to need more transport, so I'm just going to queue up some production of them. And some more inserters, because I never seem to have enough when I'm placing these out. Do have the materials to upgrade these actually to the next tier of furnace. Probably be one of the next jobs. Fit more smelting in the same amount of space. Gone too far. Last for our furnaces, and we can start laying the belts out. Looks like I got all the spacing correct for once. Should have enough belts on me. 400 seems like it'll be enough. I'll just queue some up just in case. We've got all those gears that I had to scoop up, so I might as well put them to use. Little run, then we need to do we're going to need more splitters and underground sections, and therefore more transport belts. So here's the, well, there's a gap of one and then the splitters go in like so. That's got the little bit that turns around. The underground section. Ah, no, up one. Send them each way. It's on the other side, yeah. Okay. Looks like I've lined it up right. Okay, so we'll just put the lines in on this one as well. Except I've run out, so while we're waiting for them to be made, I'll start putting inserters on the first one. Some more lights in the middle here as well. Need to look at where they go. They're just in line with the ones I put on the road. Inserters for that block. So yeah, other side of the pole. That side of that pole, okay. No, that's not right. 2 lights on every one. Side of that pole. Guess that's that side of that pole. No, that side of that pole. Follow the pattern. There. Is missing. Okay. There isn't one on that level. There's one next to the entrance instead. Okay, so that one's lit up. Inserters and belts. Just still waiting for the belts to be made so I can put the inserters on this one. Should be enough, I think. Doing more lights as well. Just queue them up. Getting there. That's inserters, so let's do the lights. That one will end up there. There. Appears to follow the pattern. That should be fine. Still waiting on the belts to be made. Run and grab some, I guess. Big Style 101.
Greetings.
Thank you very much for the raid. Welcome to the stream. El Witto, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Am I winning? Slowly. I think that's how Factorio goes. You win slowly. Are you streaming? I should be able to use the bot to find out, shouldn't I, if I remember the command? That command doesn't work. What about That one. That one doesn't work either. Am I new? I'm new to streaming, for sure. I've only been doing it about 2 weeks now. I'm not new to Factorio, although I haven't played this version. I think the last version I played was, let's say, 0.16, something like that. Got about 600 hours in that. So there's a few things that are different that I'm getting used to, but the general concept is the same. British accent, yes. I'm in England. Where are you from then? Have you... Yeah, let me know about you. You've been streaming long. South Dakota. Ah, cool. Sound like from Wales. Actually, I'd probably say that my accent's not very strong at all. Welsh would be a lot more obvious, I think. Don't know. I don't know many Welsh people, actually. You stream a bit, wonky schedule all over. Well, that's fair enough. You know, stream when you can. It's good fun so far. I found it very fun, so... What kind of things do you play? Are you also a Factorio streamer, or a bit of everything, maybe? Know a guy who's Welsh. Factorio is the main, but sometimes others. Yeah, it's a good main game, in my opinion. Considering that I've played it for 600 hours, I would say it's got a lot of content available there. Pretty early into the year, very early in. We're in no particular rush to do any individual things, so I've only got red and green science running at the moment. I've finished all the research they can do there, up in this corner. You guys, 1600 hours and 1100, yeah. It's a good game. Really worth the, you know, what was it, like $25 or something? It's crazy good. So I've got the start of the blue science block on the side here, which I need to connect my petrol incomes over this side. So that's kind of what I'm working on now, is just finishing off all of the smelting I want to do here for this stage, and then hooking up like plastic and battery production here and feeding that into the science. Done any mods? Yeah, a while ago. Like I say, on previous game versions I've done you know, like full bobs and angels and whatever it was. Although I see these days there's quite a lot more different mod packs that'll be worth it. So maybe when I'm done with this I'll try some of the newer ones out, because, you know, that's just even more interesting things. People come up with some really good mods for this game. Do a lot of trains. I like trains. I find the system very interesting, like getting all the junctions right and everything like that. At the moment I've just got the one very simple train line up the side here. That was just to connect the oil source into the layout, and then I needed extra coal because I've fully tapped the starting one. So that's just the beginnings of a rail network that will get bigger, I'm sure. Even this amount of smelting is not going to be anywhere near enough in the end, so kind of, I'd say, towards the end of the start of setting this base up, and then it'll need a few more rearrangements over time for sure. It's one too far up. Clean layout. Yeah, I have to keep it clean, or I just lose track of everything. You know, with like long straight lines of belts and that kind of main bus, I think they call it, where I run everything up the middle and then pull off it. Otherwise I just lose everything I'm doing. Big Star, I've got to get some sleep. Have a good sleep. Thank you very much. Really appreciate the raid. Really appreciate you introducing yourself. So thank you for stopping by. And have a good sleep, man. I could not survive a spaghetti base, that is for sure. Although I think you kind of have to start with one, don't you? Every time I do the burner phase of the game, everything's all over the place. First base so bad, yeah. I can't even remember. First base would have, I reckon it would have lasted a couple of hours and then I'd have had to start again and just gone, like, now that you learn a bit about it, you start arranging things differently. And I guess it's part of the reason why I play on peaceful is as much as like the military systems are actually kind of interesting and those production chains are pretty cool, dealing with the biters coming and destroying my nice neat lines is too much. Okay, I've got all the belts, all the inserters, all the lighting, so we can start feeding in coal line. One line might not be enough, so we might need to expand the coal line when all this is up and running. Hear about PyMods. I've heard the name. I don't think I've seen anyone playing it. Is it like a full overhaul type thing? You know, like a Bobs and Angels used to be, where you kind of have entirely new production chains and resources and stuff? Play that when you don't want to play Factorio. That's a killer, is it? That's just too far. Yeah. I guess if there's like, if enough other people have played it that you can get the information you need online, like you can use a calculator or, you know, someone's explained some of the production chains, then it gets easier. It can take 600 to 800 hours to get green science. I mean, I like Factorio, but I don't think I like it that much. I want to play other games in my lifetime. Okay, so this cell I'm stood at now is going to be copper. So I'm going to run, or go find where my copper line is and extend that this way. It's definitely going to need more drills. Copper connected. Don't think I've got any spare drills anywhere, so I'll queue some up to go expand that. I'm going to need a bunch to connect that iron up as well, so refill my pockets with iron and copper over here. Start by filling in this Probably another couple of rows are going to be needed to fill that belt in. You have to get to work, you'll be lurking. No trouble. Thank you very much for stopping by and having a little chat. Hope work isn't too bad today. You have a good one. It's 2 lines. That doesn't look like it's going to fill the belt in completely. Still see some gaps coming through that, so yeah, we'll start another row. The belts right so that they feed in together. That's looking better. That side is not quite as full as the others. Just do a bit of funny, silly belt work to try and change that. Appears to be working okay. I'm going to put a couple more in. That should be a full line. Or close enough to a full line for seeing whether I need to make it 2 lines. I'm not actually drawing anything off of the first cell at the moment, so it will definitely need expanding when I actually get the production running. So this last smelting cell is going to be iron, which we've got fresh packs right next to it, so I'm just going to connect that one up to it rather than running the other one over. Transport belt as well. Let's reprioritise that, get some belt first, then some spare drills. Don't think those 2 lines are going to be enough, so we'll do a little third one on the end here. A few more drills to finish that off. Then that doesn't go under in that direction and over in this direction. Will be better. See all the iron ore that's got filled into my inventory. Just missed those last bits of belt to feed it in. There we go, so that's up and running. Copper smelting is running there, iron smelting is running there. Just want 2 more drills to finish off that row. That'll be nice and neat then. Okay, they're up and running, so that's one thing ticked off the to-do list. Next will be to put some processing for this petrol here. So I want to be making plastic and batteries. Plastic is coal and petrol. Batteries are iron plate, copper plate and sulfuric acid. That's easy enough. Sulfuric acid is sulfur and water. Water might be awkward. Sulfur is water and petrol, so the only thing that I'm missing here is more coal and water. Nearest source of water is a long way away. So it might be best if that's brought in on the train along with the petrol. I think that will be the best. Except that I've built my entire network to only fit 2 wagons. So I can change it so that front wagon is petrol, back wagon is water. And just run extra trains if we're not getting the throughput fast enough. So yeah, let's disconnect them. Then let's head down to the source and get it loading properly first. Throw out some lights while I'm here. Don't run straight across the tracks like I normally do. Okay, so this end it would be easier to load water at the front. So I'm going to disconnect them as well. What I would like to do is... now we'll just flush it all. It's fine for now. Let's get a couple offshore pumps. What I want to do is also have a couple of pumps to keep it moving up to those tanks, and I want to get some landfill so I can make a straight edge along there. So we just run back home and grab those few bits and pieces to do it neatly. Grab some bricks while I'm there to extend this road as well. So, landfill, engines, and bricks. Where did I move my landfill? I think it's just in a corner where I'm mining up. Hey, Mondo. Nice to see you. Welcome to the chat. Hope you're doing alright. Forgot what I'm after. Engines, that's what I'm after. And some bricks. Some more bricks. Stopping by to say hello. Well, thank you very much. And thank you for following last night as well. Appreciate it. Work stuff. Doesn't sound like fun, but I hope it's not too bad. The road. I think I want to go right of the power line, so I tend to move away from the rail line. Don't step on it by accident. Usual stuff, but a lot. Thank you, Mondo. Appreciate that. Hope you have a good day. Do for now. So down here I want my landfill. A neat line with that. It's the most point at the moment. Got way more landfill than I need, so I'll just keep going and make a nice square pond. Do for now. Offshore pump first, bring the water off into a storage tank here. I know the requirement for pump distance, but I'm just going to put a few in as we head up. Put one there, it's in line with those ones, which will look nice and pretty. So we've now got petrol in the back carriages, water in the front carriages. But I will need to flush out what's at the other end. To make that actually happen. Try and line this road up as well. Just short of bricks, never mind. That'll do for now. This front one, I've got like 100,000 petrol there, which I don't want to waste. Well, I could, it is close to infinite on my map settings. I think better if we just extend this storage and pump it into there. Got a couple of pumps hooked up temporarily. So, oh no, I can keep that hooked up because we want to empty the trains as well. So we're going to need quite a lot of storage tanks to do that. Try that for now. Now we are going to need more, thinking about it. Let's lay all those down. Definitely pumping. One of them is. Both pumping, good. So is that, yeah, we're going to empty that train, good. Hoping it doesn't try to add the water in and make some horrible mixture. I don't think it does. Emptying quite quickly, so shouldn't be an issue for long. Be the other train coming in now. Oh, that's got water on it already. Take those pumps away just temporarily while we empty these out. It'll be awkward now that I've put that last smelting cell in and things don't line up great. Kind of want to just shove everything to the left a distance, and might not be ideal for train flow, but would line up nicer. We need to redo all the train tracks at some point in the future anyway. They're not pumping as quick anymore. That's because these are pretty much full. I don't need more petrol than that. We're just gonna dump what's left. Can become water now. Okay, so what am I going to do first? I think I want batteries first. So I'd like to start a little ad hoc production of accumulators. So we need chemical plants. Let's get a few of them building while I'm thinking. Each battery needs an iron, a copper and 20 acid every 4 seconds, which is 5 acid per second. Acid is made 50 per second. If they're consuming 5, it's also in a chemical plant, okay. Feed 10 battery plants with 1 acid plant. I think. Then that 1 acid plant needs 5 sulfur per second. It's also made in chemical plants, so they're all the same. Each of those makes 2 per second, so I need... If we did... five sulfur plants into 2 acid plants and 20 batteries, we would be taking 150 gas per second. Don't actually know how much we're making, probably not that much. 5 refineries running, so they're producing 45 per second. Nowhere near enough to do that kind of volume, so let's do bare minimum. 3 sulfur plants to 1 acid to 10 batteries, I think. Maths involved is not my strong point. Three sulfur, 1 acid. I'd like to move that north so we've got room to run piping down the bottom. Plants for batteries. Some more lights around to see what I'm doing. So we just need to pipe up petrol into there. There's no good way of pulling the water out here other than on my roads. That's very frustrating. Up the south and across the path there. Kind of want, local storage tank at the start of where they're feeding in. Might not be necessary, but at least keeps things visible. We're going to need iron on hand. Storage tank there for the water. Yeah, I remember. Can't put them right next to each other if I want to feed in. At least not from that close. Need to move a ways a bit. That will do water. Sure, lining up the petrol. Needs to happen further away. That should work. Pipes are needed. It was in the way, but it's not required for anything, so I'll remove it. Then we just need to cross the road and connect to the inbound storage. There's close enough. Could do with a pump on that actually. So we'll come in from the north instead. That's connecting. They need their cross pieces. We need pump on that end. There. Nothing mixes. Both resources are being pumped into the closer tank and fed in. We just need to take the sulfur out of the chemical plant. Put it into the acid maker. Could do with being a fast inserter, I think. And he needs iron plates, and these guys need iron and copper, so we'll run. Actually, looking at that, I think I'd rather put the sulfur behind if I can get away with it. I think I can with a whole bunch of underground belting. Yeah, that's good. So the acid I want to put into its own storage as well. To run iron up that side and copper up that side. And connect the piping. It's going to be fun. I'm going to do the pipes first so I know what I'm trying to juggle around. I only need to connect, let's say, the middle ones. An empty space for an inserter on that side. Would be enough. We could have a mixed belt of iron and copper. I don't need that much because the recipes are quite relatively slow, so mixed belt should be okay. Let's say we do that. Just output batteries on the other side. Everything will be very neat, actually. I think I will be happy with that. So let's connect up then an iron and a copper. Split one off and then split the other and turn it around, I guess. Like, that's too late. Like that. That's what I'm thinking. It creates a split belt. Then we just need a long inserter to get them into the acid production. And then I just want to, well, ideally I want to pump the acid into, that shouldn't be necessary, it's so close. We just need to go underground here and feed that pipe in like that. do an underground so I can run through. We are making batteries. Good. What do I actually want to do with those batteries? At the moment I want to feed them straight into some accumulator production, just so that I've got a bunch. Once we've got blue sites up and running, our power demand is going to shoot up compared to what it is now. Because now we're not actually producing anything really. So we just need to add iron plates, which we've got running here anyway. These I'm guessing are made in assembly machines. Each one takes 10 seconds and requires 5 batteries. So if we do that in a level 1 assembly machine, then every 20 seconds we're using 5 batteries. So every second we're using a quarter of a battery. We are currently making 2.5 every second. It'd be a lot easier to just use a calculator to do it, but I think that takes away some of the fun of trying to get my brain back into Factorio mindset. Place it down and see what I'm thinking of. So we need a quarter battery every second. Is that right? 20 seconds, 5 batteries. Need to start writing in a notepad, don't I? So in this machine it takes 20 seconds, using 5 batteries. Which way does that go? 10 seconds needs 10. Every 20 seconds we need to supply 5, then every 10 seconds we need to supply 2.5. Yeah, that makes sense to me. So every 2.5 seconds we need 1 battery. No, every 2 seconds. Dividing both sides by 5. No, dividing both sides by 2.5. Use 1 battery every 4 seconds. We are currently using 10 chemical plants which run at 1 times crafting speed. So we're making 10 batteries every 4 seconds. Which means we're making 2.5 batteries every second. And each level 1 assembly machine making accumulators needs a quarter battery every second, so we can do 5 machines. I think. I'll you know, when I'm not streaming and not actively building, I'll go through some calculators, and the more I look at it, the more I'll get into the kind of patterns that you need to go through to work it all out. And then I'll be able to work these things out quicker, hopefully. Not seeing the accumulator. Where is it? That screen. Ah, there it is. Lithium ion plates. Batteries easy enough. Did I say 5 or did I say 4? 5, right? Yeah. So 2 into 1. Could spread them out and do that directly. I think it's easier to just belt it up. So top 5. Okay, we can do a split belt here as well because these crafting times are slow as well. So we'll put batteries on the outside and iron plates on the other side. That doesn't work. Hang on. No. Can't turn the corner like that. Move it one earlier. Like that. And then, yeah, insert them into there. Run out of inserters, so I'm just going to use the fast ones I've got available. That will make accumulators, which I just want to put into a box. That might want a bigger box actually, but they're produced slowly. We'll come over and grab them before long, I'm sure. We want to start a little section for solar panels up the other end probably. We will also need them. Fix those inserters, do them properly. Okay, that is accumulators being made. So the next thing that I really want is advanced circuits which are made from plastic. Let's take a look at the plastic recipes then. Coal and petrol, both are available here, but we'll need to improve the coal supply through the train network before actually using it. And that's pretty simple. Coal and petrol makes 1 plastic bar every half second in a chemical plant. So we'll need more chemical plants, no doubt, as well. Oh, we've got some spare, good. And then, so the advanced circuits are made 1 per 6 seconds. 2 plastic bar, extra cable, and basic circuits too. That's fine. So the first step will be to improve the coal mine that's on the rail network up here. We're going to need more drills, stack inserters, and stack inserters at the other end as well. So let's get going on that. Need more iron plates to make more drills. Stack inserters, so don't need to filter, it's only coal that's coming through. We need plastic to do that, okay. Let's just make our plastic down here then. Can just make the basics of what we need to start things going. That's what makes me think that I've got my maths very wrong, is when the inputs are full. Makes it look like I could add another machine on the end quite easily. Definitely need to get better at math. So, chemical plant. Making plastic. Going to need another output of petrol. Hey, I'm Jim. Nice to see you. Welcome to the chat. It's going okay. I'm just driving myself crazy because I'm not particularly good at the maths involved in Factorio here. The storage tank, we need to have the petrol lined up. Just need to look at how we get coal down here as well. Might not have left enough room for conveyor belts at the end here. That's going to be a coal one. Do you consider using mods for planning? Yes, I know about Hellmod and it's very helpful, but I'm specifically trying to unlock vanilla achievements. So what I could do is just Alt-Tab out to one of the many websites that do the same thing. But no, it's. I feel like I don't learn as much. I learn a lot by using them, if I can work out why that number's correct, but I kind of want to work it out myself and improve. I haven't played Factorio in a long time, and when I was playing it before, I could do the math quite quickly in my head, but things have changed, the ratios are different, and I'm kind of learning the whole process again as well. And there's some enjoyment to be found in that. It's just frustrating now when everything I want to make, I'm just not sure if I've got the right ratio. So I want to get one of the coal lines coming off that train, under all of that stuff, and over here. I think the best way to do that would be to run it the opposite direction for what it's pointing now. And I could run it up the other end of this and pull it off from up there. That's an option. You can do the math until you get, yeah, beacons modules. And it would be helpful if everything was kind of like, because obviously the assembly machines, they run at level 1's at half speed, level 2's at 3/4 speed, and then level 3's at 1 1/4 speed. So they're never like 1s and 2s and 3s. It's all fractions, and it's on purpose. Like they want you to have to think about it, and that's cool, that's fun, but it would be nice if there was an option to make it just a little bit easier, at least to start with. Man, beacons, and yeah, I don't know, at that point maybe getting the perfect ratio becomes kind of irrelevant. You're making things so quickly. Some people will want to make it perfect, wouldn't they? If you're like trying to reach a certain amount of science throughput or whatever, and you want your perfect ratios for it. At the moment that sounds really scary, but I'm sure as I progress this factory out, I'll actually be looking forward to that at some point. Okay, so we are feeding the coal in. Tank now to put the petrol into. So we will get some plastic out. It's just a temporary measure, so we'll have a few stacks of it, but not overdo it. Actually, building accumulators a lot faster than I thought we would. I will. So first job will be improve our coal mine in the north. After that, set up an ad hoc solar panel line somewhere, probably here above Green Science. Solar panels are just electronics and steel, is that wrong? Did I read that? Yeah, electronic steel and copper, so we've got all that over that side. It's enough plastic for us to get 10 stack inserters. No, more. I'm missing another. Missing iron. Okay, a whole bunch. So how many do we actually need? I've got 2 carriages. So you need 16 down here and 16 up there. Queued up 20, so I need another. So that's 25. 32. There we go. They're going to take a long time to handcraft. So while we're waiting for that, I'll go and plan out some solar panel production. Should have all the materials to do without needing to handcraft anything, I hope. The achievements are only vanilla. That's actually a good question, because I haven't played in a long time. I was under the impression you get a separate achievement page. Can't see it from here, I don't think. So you have, it's all the same achievements, but you, if you've got mods installed, it unlocks them in like modded unlock. And if you're in vanilla, it unlocks them in the vanilla unlock. And I'm not sure if you have to do it in vanilla to get the Steam unlock. I think you used to have to. So I've not got them unlocked on Steam. And I was under the impression when I started this run that I had to do it on vanilla to do that. I didn't check. So I might Google that after I'm done today. Because obviously there's a lot of just real basic quality of life mods that would be nice to have if I can still get the achievements with them. Solar panel. Steel and copper are just going to come off the belts. So it's for 15 electronic circuits. It's 10 seconds, but this is done in, or I'll put it into level 1 assembly machine for now. So the electronic circuit's going to be made in that same machine, so the ratio is what's important. 15 every 10 operations. Means we need to supply 1.5 electronic circuits per second. Not really a second, but for the sake of ratio. Always have these few quality of life. Yeah, there's. It's just the little things that you don't realise. I mean, even some of the more complicated stuff, like having the. I don't know if there's a different mod these days, but Bob used to have a mod that let you do inserters at a right angle, which is huge and fun as well to have. So if I could have those, I would. Recipe creates 1 every half second. So I can have 3 solar panel machines for every one electronic circuit. And the electronic ratio is 3 cable to 2. So 3 cable, 2 electronic and 6 solar panels. That's not going to fit down here, so I'll put it at the top. Three to 2 to 6. There, 3 cables, 2 circuit boards, 6 solar panels. So copper and iron to come in. We've got copper right there. Is a long inserter going to be split our own line off for it? It's still around. Even a 45 degree. Yeah. Lets you do, yeah, like it's a very interesting addition to be able to, because the basic idea of like conveyor belts and inserters and machines, that's like the fundamental part of Factorio, is, for me personally, really fun, really interesting. Then adding that extra layer of then, well, what if you can like have additional inputs and outputs because of the angles you're working at, then very fun. Actually only need copper that far and iron after it. So I can send the iron underground on this section. That. So that's iron. And that's copper. Fast inserters, which I've run out of, because I'm guessing they're, yeah, an ingredient in the stack inserter. Okay. My power doesn't cover, so let's change those poles over. Upgrade those to fast inserters at a later point. Long inserters are okay for that. Steel, copper, and... Okay, so why don't I... It's a bit messy, but I can take this copper line and keep it going. Like that. Kind of. Which isn't ideal because that's the distance that we would grab from. So, kind of want to output this on the other side. That. Get the copper up that end as well. Can do. Widen that gap. It needs to be on the inside of here. Yeah, that puts it on the wrong side. use a underground, can't I, to cut off. I only want it on the inside, then I do that. No. That's the wrong way. If I spatial reasoning, do it the other way round. Copper on the inside, circuits on the outside. So they can feed in to those machines. Run out of inserters, that's not good. I can grab some. They're made in green science, aren't they? Ran past them. So we just need to add in the steel now as well. And then we'll be outputting solar panels, which is what we're after. Should find a steel belt down the bottom of this run. There it is. Down here and grab some belts as well. Okay, and then the output. I don't have a little chest to put them in. I don't want to interrupt my handcrafting, so I know I've got some random chests around here somewhere. There's one I've emptied out. We will use that. Good. So we've got accumulators and solar panels being created. Slowly, but it's something. Halfway through the handcrafting of the inserters we need for the coal. So I think what I'll do is just take a quick break and leave that running. Go top up my drink and stretch my legs and everything like that, because I've been going for an hour and a half now. So I'll just be like a minute or two. How long have I been playing Factorio? I mean, today I've been playing it for an hour and a half. This run is approaching 10 hours in, I think. And then total hours in the game are 620, around that, 630 kind of area. But, you know, before this run, that was all on like version, I think it was 0.17 or 0.16. So it's been a while, you know, quite a while since I've played it at all. Yeah, so yeah, I'll just 2-3 minutes and I'll be back, and we'll hopefully have the inserters ready then to go sort out this mining area. I'll see you shortly. I am back. Just a brief break. It's good to keep my legs moving, or if I don't move them for 4 hours, then they will hurt later. Okay, we're still handcrafting quite a bit, but we might as well get started up at the coal mine. What have we got so far? Very little. Let's start with expanding the number of drills we've got running. I need more power. Ah, I don't have any power poles, okay. I'll have to wait a minute then. Do the lights when they're up and running, but we can do the belts at least. Fourth run. I have to go before it. A few more drills as well then. A few more transport belts as well. They'll all just need to shift over one. There we go, okay. That needs turning round. Then we'll have stack inserters there. Oh, it's all full, good. And here we'll need some steel chests to work from. I think I'm going to get 8 total belts out of this. So we can feed 2 with every one. Not sure if that's even going to be necessary at all, but we'll see. They look different for some reason, but fine. Where are we? Just one more stack inserter to build. Done. Okay, so we can put these power poles in. We need the next row as well. Okay, there we go. They're all running. Going to want to balance those lines out as well with splitters. We might want to do that. Yeah. Before they're fed in. You're awake. Good morning. It's only nearly 3 PM. It's not that late. Worm is best. I think my first name is out there on some pages, but I don't know, and it's best to avoid it where possible. So everyone who knows me through the internet calls me Worm. That's probably like I'll probably answer to that more often than my real name. Have we got... No, let's prioritise our steel chests. Do that person, yeah. Probably actually thinking about it, I probably would find it easier with the number of people who refer to me by my real name compared to my internet name. Okay, so we've got all the chests and the correct inserters to do that. Best. Oh, should change it then. It's all people are going to use if they see it. They don't. You can't just change it on Twitch, can you? Or can you? I don't think you can. This is not quite enough space to do a full balance, I don't think. Let's start at the last point we can and see. Oh, now this is testing my memory. I have to clear this out so I can work out how you do a full balance. I've got you. Better for branding. Yeah, makes sense. So you do that. Those go under. You put a balancer in the middle and you feed these in. Right, any Factorio experts in chat can confirm that is a 4-lane balancer. Thought there was another splitter. Ah, before the underground. Yeah. Like that. Except I now need to feed those lines in properly. Perfect. Thank you for your help. Appreciate it. Speedruns, yeah, that's... So another one of the achievements that I haven't got that I'd like to fill in is to launch the rocket in under 8 hours. Which we're definitely not going to get done on this run. I'm already over 8 hours and nowhere near a rocket. Maybe once I've warmed up by the end of this build, then I'll Might give that one a go. But I mean, people are doing it so short time. Yeah, it is, but the speed run's about 2.5 hours, I think. You can make it easy on yourself, I suppose. You can set all your starting resources to be like huge and abundant, but I think there's something like the official speedrun is using the default settings only, and it's been done in 2.5 hours or something. It's insane. I really have to have your head on straight to get that right. These lines aren't particularly full, but then we're filling it okay, it's balancing. I think that's a good start for our coal pull up here. That'll be plenty for the time being. And they've got the blueprints already, okay. Or at least they know, might not necessarily have a blueprint button to click, but they know the layout that they're going to use before they start. Yeah, I guess it's, if you weren't actually thinking, then you'd be able to do Factorio a lot quicker. And this, very carefully going to not get myself run over. Going around this way. So we can tidy up what I've got going on in the middle of here, because that's all starters. I want to use stack inserters the whole way, personally. Then top wants to feed into the one on the bottom. Yeah. And then we want to do another 4-lane balancing up here. I do hate spiders. I've always hated spiders, yeah. The really little ones are okay. They're not too bad. But here, the town where I'm living now is near a lot of fields, so you get harvest spiders, which are big and ugly, very furry. So I want to split off the bit that goes into the fueling station. I've also done that wrong, haven't I? It's not the top that goes into the bottom. Can the bottom go into the top? No. They both unload to the same side of the belt no matter what I do. So I want to use a splitter and put the top into the bottom. Yeah. That's better. Then I might as well just pull from here. Kind of arbitrary, and then there's a 4-lane balancer afterwards, so that can split into the fueling points. That can all head northbound. We don't need it immediately. So that is coal supply from the north, all tidy, neater. So that's good. What's next? Guess we need to expand plastic production to something permanent. A permanent source of advanced circuits. So there's a weird... Yeah, it's that... because there's two sides to the belt, but the inserter always puts down on the same one, so I don't really know off heart which orientation you need things in to get it onto different sides, and then to balance the two sides. And it's not terribly critical, especially when we have this volume of coal coming in and we're only using one line of it for some plastic, so it doesn't need to be perfect, but it would be nice if it's perfect. I think so. To do the plastic, what I'm concerned of is that I might not have enough petroleum income. We've got tons of it stored up because we weren't doing anything with it for a while, but the actual amount that we're making isn't very big, so I might need to expand petroleum production before the plastic. So let's head down to where that's currently happening and have a look. We've got 3 pump jacks on crazy good oil sources. 76 per second, 105 per second and 85 per second, so 260, 360? No, am I? No, 260 per second. And the basic oil processing uses 45 every 5 seconds, which is 9 per second. Yeah, so using 9 per second, we're making 260 per second. So let me open calculator. We can feed almost 29 refineries from these 3 sources. We're currently using 5. So we need 24 more refineries. Gonna need to go get some stone. That's going to take up a lot more space down here. That's fine. Let's grab some stone and then start expanding it. $100 oil per... Ah! I was looking at the wrong section, wasn't I? I was looking at what it's making, not what it's using. Okay. Different math then. If it's using 100 every... the recipe uses 100 every 5 seconds. A refinery operates at crafting speed of 1. So it's using 100 oil every 5 seconds, which is 20 per second. We're getting 260 in. 13 refineries. At least that's easier to squeeze into the space we've got. 5 at the moment, so 8 more refineries. Thank you for spotting my terrible maths. I do appreciate the help. Probably going to tear part of this road up actually until we have all those refineries placed down. Expand the grid of power pylons while we're here. So 13, we'll just do... want more of a gap between them than that so that we can get the oil in without... Actually, that doesn't really overlap with the output at all. It's quite easy. If we... no, we can't use the left input. Still, lines up kind of good because that will go... Yeah, like that, so they won't overlap. That's quite tidy. Takes a while to build them, but there we go. Gonna probably need to pump the oil up as well. Let's make a bunch of pumps just in case. Pizzas have gone cold. That's very sad, but luckily you can just reheat them. They won't die if you put them back in the oven for a bit. Though I suppose the issue then is the oven's not right next to you, is it? You'll need to move to get to it, I understand. Fallen sword, hello. Power poles are too organised. I need them organised, man. I cannot have the chaos. Perfect lines and grids. You'll see the same in so the other games that I've been streaming lately, the like in Anno 1800 and especially in City Skylines. Perfectly square grids everywhere. Like everything has to be perfectly square. Don't care if that messes with the traffic and the layout of other things. It's roads and poles on a straight line. If it launched a rocket before, can't run to farthest and just got to the silo. Yes, in older versions of the game. So I've not done it since version 1, so I don't know. There is a difference, I think, in making the silo and the rocket. And then obviously the whole like feeding science packs, white packs I think they are, into the rockets. That's all new to me. But I've launched lots of rockets in older versions and in like older modded runs and stuff like that. So I'm aware of the general processes to get to the end of everything, but I think there's been enough changes over the past few versions of the game that it's still like new things that I'm coming across, which is interesting. It's nice to have the new things as we go. Kind of want to expand crude storage. I need to then connect in different spots. Yeah, there. Okay. Then need to feed it to the second row. It has to go in at the end because there's not enough space. To do it now. It's cool. It's It's not like vastly different to the rest of the game. You just got to build the individual elements and off it goes. It's kind of cool after all that time to be able to like watch the rocket actually launch, because it looks nice when you launch a rocket as well. It's very rewarding. Vanilla. So rocket with low density structures and rocket fuel and control modules. So they're just like complicated things to build, but you put them in the production like you normally would. You put the satellite in and you get science back. Okay. Do you then like repeatedly launch satellites to get white science back? Or do you need to launch different things? Okay. It's kind of cool. I've not unlocked it all. It's obviously going to be at the bottom of the research, isn't it? Rocket silo. Control units. Ah. Golden power science packs. Not done any of them before. Just keep launching. And then, yeah, I suppose you can put, like, you can make a second silo if you can increase your production rates and launch multiple rockets, which gives you the white science you need for the repeated researches. Yeah, a lot of them are like military things that I don't on peaceful, so the military stuff's vaguely irrelevant. Mining productivity is pretty cool to have. Interesting stuff. We're still a fair ways off. We're now just looking at blue science. We've got a purple, a gold. We haven't done military science production yet. Long way to go. It's lucky I'm not in a rush. Beacons, yes. Speed modules production, so you can make additional satellites and stuff. It's cool. It's like everything that I'm doing at the moment seems quite complicated, but there's still a lot more complicated stuff to come. So we've got 3 more to put on the next row. Close up 2. So what's not immediately obvious is whether I need a pump to get the crude from down here to the top row. Doesn't look like it. The pipes are half full. That'll be because the machines are pulling out of them. Half full everywhere, so I don't think a pump is necessary. That looks fine. So now we just need to do the outputs. Some more storage tanks for the output down here as well to line things up nicely. And then we need to redo this. So if I put some storage tanks there for now, disconnect that, we'll start emptying that tank out. Destroying the biters. Yeah, there's a whole, like, obviously I'm playing on peaceful. That means there's no aliens on this world at all, no attacks, nothing to destroy. Don't need to worry about pollution, don't need to worry about evolution. But you can easily, if you go off on a hunt killing lots of them early, end up overwhelmed quite quick. They're not terrible. I'm not against playing with the biters on. It's a reasonable system. It would be nice if there was more of a kind of reward for having them there. Like if there was, then I'd probably play with them enabled, but because all it is like an extra challenge, I don't need an extra challenge. The game's challenging enough as it is. The maths is challenging enough as it is. Okay. Put them in just a bit higher than I want, but they're fine to live there. Kind of want them on a separate row, so that one's going to feed up into that side. That one's going to feed, those two are going to feed this side. Lights missing, let's do that so I can see what's going on. Okay, so they're all running, they're all outputting a little bit. think I need any pumps before the storage, because the pipes aren't backing up, they're flowing into it. But I would then like to pump from down here up to the next ones, just to keep things flowing forcibly towards the trains. They need power, so those pylons need to be bigger ones. Okay, so that has expanded our refining to maximise the oil input that we've got. So we are running 13 refineries on basic oil processing, which means, get the calculator again, we are producing 13 45s, 585 petrol every 5 seconds. I just need to divide that by 5 to get my per second. Yeah, so we're making 117 petrol per second. I'm going to write that down before I forget it. I'm not going to try and calculate how many trains I need to maximise that. We'll just kind of add more trains if it looks like I need them. But we can at least use the 117 petrol per second to know what we can use that for. So we've got some battery production at the moment. I would like to go and work out how much petrol that's using. And then we'll know how much spare we've got from this source to make plastic with. Let's go take a look at the battery, or the other end of the loop where this petrol's being taken to. See what's going on there. So the petrol's being used in sulfur, just in the sulfur production, so not in the acid or the battery itself. So chemical plants operate at crafting speed 1. We've got 3 sulfur recipes. We are using 90 petroleum per second. That's a lot more than I wanted it to be, because that only leaves 27 petrol per second that we're putting in. Game seems so smart. It is. It is a game of engineering. Like, you have to do maths and construct in like the right ratio to. Well, you don't have to, I suppose. It's not strictly true. You don't have to build everything in the ideal ratios and the right throughputs and everything. You can just do whatever and make a mess, and I'm sure some people play like that, but build and then build more if you... Yeah, it's a way of doing it. You can build one of everything, and if it isn't flowing right, then add what's missing and balance it that way. Don't look at the numbers at all. Solve quadratic equations in your head. No, I'm not. I'm nowhere near capable of that. So if my math is correct, and we've only got 27 petrol per second coming in, then we've already got our maximum plastic production in one factory. Keep things organised. Well, it's like, that's fine. It's when I first played the game, that's how I started. Like, you just put things down, leave some space between everything so you can adjust it. If it's not working, then you can deconstruct it and rebuild it. It's not a bad way of doing it, and it does save you the headache of doing all the maths, but You then have the kind of the system of something isn't working right and you need to find out why, and that's quite fun to like look at a situation and be like, well, what do I need to add to fix this, and so on. I do kind of enjoy that approach as well. I just also really like building everything on perfectly square grids with ideal ratios and everything like that. Yes, Stardew is a game I have struggled to play because I want to lay everything out perfectly right at the start, and you can't really. You kind of have to just like place something down and grow something rather than like min-maxing your farm from the beginning. But yeah, we can play Stardew. We can do a co-op on Stardew. Don't want to build 5 assemblers if the first 3 eat it and the 2 are idle. Yeah, it's I'm of a similar view to you, Jim. In that kind of, there's nothing wrong with having idle machines. It's not like the end of the world. They're not even using any electricity if they're idle, so it's not a bad thing. You've wasted the what is it to make a? You've wasted the 22 iron and 4.5 copper to make the machine, but it's not. The grand scheme of things, that's such a small number that sometimes I feel like I shouldn't be worried about that, but I do. Okay, so what I would like to do in this situation is reduce the amount of petrol we're using to make accumulators so that we can use it to make plastic. Which might be as easy as just kind of like halving everything that's here. If we cut down to 2 accumulator machines, 4 battery machines, 1 sulfur plant. I'm using green with truth. Yeah, it's true. It's true. But it's at that point, I mean, it depends, doesn't it? It really does depend on what you're playing for and what challenge you've set yourself, because I've got so I've got the starting resources, but then the first coal field that we've found has got 70 million coal in it. Like, I shouldn't need to worry about anything. And if we hook up this iron ore source with 62 million iron in it, wasting even a few thousand on an unnecessary assembler isn't that big of a deal. If you were playing with reduced resources, then it would be really important, and that's like a challenge you can set yourself. You create a world that's only got a few 100,000 in every patch, then your resources need to be like min-maxed so that you have enough to reach the next patch. Like that, you know, that's a way of playing the game, and in that situation every assembler is vital. It's not the way I play, but I like it to be easy or as easy as possible. Let's cut this down. So start by removing those 2 sulfur plants. Then I'll take off the top 5 battery plants. And then actually cut off the top 3 of these as well. Yeah, Fallen Sword, you're right. That's it. You just increase what you're making, and then as long as you've got the resources available to increase what you're making, then it's nothing to stress about. If you need more assemblers, make more assemblers. It's only an issue if you literally can't make more assemblers because you've not got the resource patches necessary to make those assemblers. I guess, you know, it's like I say, my playstyle is my playstyle. The Factorio can be played in so many different ways depending on what challenge you want and what's important to you. So If you're not having fun because you don't have the resources to overbuild, then play on a map with more resources and overbuild. And then you'll have more fun. Hopefully. Okay, so if I pared back our battery production to the bare minimum, we're now just running one sulfur recipe, which is taking 30 of the petrol away. Which means we've got 87 left to play with. Which means I can add 4 more plastic plants on this run here. Or 5 more. Like 4 and a bit. We need to connect. Inserters need to go in a different spot. No, like that. Inserters on the ends. Set the recipe. Then instead of feeding into a little box, we're going to feed into a belt. Which wants... yeah. Sides balancing like that. Okay. Quite like to do... Obviously the plastic now needs to be fed into red circuit production. It's just a case of adding iron and copper to them. Okay. Cable circuits, plastic. That's going to take more math. So before I hit that more math, I'd like to go place some of our solar production. Take some accumulators, go grab some solar panels and place our first ones. I want to feed the whole base off solar. Firstly, because that's one of the achievements that I'm looking to unlock is the solar production amount. And also, if you can feed your power just off solar, then you don't need to put the coal into boilers, and I can use the coal for production, which would be preferred. So let's head up the top and get some panels. Panels are not being made so quick. What's the issue there? The input of copper cabling here to... Oh, I did say that earlier, didn't I? I completely forgot. These need upgrading to fast inserters. It's looking better in that machine. Nothing immediate, but there we go. So where are we going to put these? South isn't great because there's a lot of water around. Soon run out of space. I guess heading eastbound after our stone. Just need to clear out some of the cliffs there. So let's grab our cliff explosives and head in that direction. Where did I put my cliff explosives? There they are. Here, this kind of area. Those are a couple of rocks we'll dig up. And here's a bunch of cliffs to blow up. this point I do kind of wish I'd generated the map without cliffs, because every cliff I've come across I've blown up. So there wasn't much of a point in generating them in the first place. There you go. Okay, so if we're going to start here-ish, let's go one more over. So the bottom corner is going to be here. Cliffs are a pain. I'm glad they added them into the game. They're interesting. And obviously it gives you the choice of like playing and not allowing yourself to blow them up if you want to. Like, it was a cool idea. I just, personally, as I've been playing with them, found that they just get in the way and I'm just annoyed by them. Okay, solar is 6 to 5. Right? That's not ideal solar production, but that's the close enough that everyone does. And I need to cover everything with electrical. It's easier done with the substation, isn't it? I've not unlocked that, I don't think. Why haven't I unlocked that? Have I unlocked that and I'm just blind? It's not part of the solar line. There it is. Right. It's a substation, yeah. But you can, I could, except I'm not making blue science packs at the moment. So I could make some specially for it. Kind of probably worth it. As much as I'd like to get all this laid out. Just don't see us being able to do it with medium electrical poles. It's not too bad. That's let's see what it would look like if I did. That would be the corner. Can you fit 6 panels and 5 accumulators in a neat manner around this? Doesn't look like it. 4 panels like that. Wait, that's not far off, is it? It's not bad. What is the ratio? The actual ratio from memory is 21 accumulators to 25 panels. But that doesn't break down into a smaller cell very easily, so most people get to a ratio that's closer to that. So like 20 accumulators to 24 panels is close enough, and that breaks down into 6 to 5, and if I build 4 of these cells, that makes 1 megawatt. Because the God, it's like 23 and 2/3 of a panel make 1 megawatt. I think that's all from memory. That ratio might have changed as far as I know. I should look that up before building too much of it. So that's not bad for a layout. If I move them over one, then within my typical grid, in fact, can I do it with small poles? No, because the accumulators aren't reached. So let's do it with medium poles. Yeah, just build 1,000 panels and 1,000 accumulators and it won't matter. It's true, you're right, it won't. You won't struggle. And the lightings, I'd rather put them Yeah, like the others, like that. So that's a neat cell because it fits within my typical power grid. Just going to need to build a whole bunch more medium poles. Don't have the iron on me for that, but that's fine. Rarely use panels and accumulators. Yeah, well, you know, you create a lot more electricity in the same footprint using coal. I've not used any nuclear. No idea about that. But I assume that it uses an even smaller footprint to make even more power with the complication of the production chain for uranium and the risk of everything blowing up, I guess. Not sure if they actually put that in the game in the end. What was it, a mod that they made that made power stations blow up if they overheated? So that, it's night time, so we're not going to be able to tell, but that should create about 1 megawatt compared to the 17.5 megawatts ish, or 18 megawatts we're making from the coal-fired engines down this way. So it's like roughly the same amount of space for a lot less power. Built an audio blueprint, yeah, by your own designs, except for nuclear. I'm going to test, just shoot it and see what happens. We'll do that. I've not unlocked it, obviously, at the moment. But when we've unlocked it, I'll go build one out in the middle of nowhere and see what happens if we throw some grenades at it. I need a lot more medium electrical poles to continue this grid out. It's also nowhere particularly good to run our road this direction, so we'll may look at moving some of this, like where the labs themselves are, to run that road out this way in the future. But if I'm doing that, I do want to leave a gap for it. It's going to be above that one. How many cells can I fit in that space? So another 1, 2, 3, 4. Then an awkward spot for the road. Interesting. You go back in. Just said the word Stardew and you're off. There you go. Actually, I think that's how I got back into playing Factorio. I think I saw or read someone say the word Factorio somewhere and went, go on then. So the road would be coming through between those, if we continue it in a straight line, between those ones. So I'd like to build 4 cells. So I could move them all up one, or I could put a walkway in between every 1 megawatt block. Could do that at least horizontally. Then we could do, let's say, 5 blocks across and then a walkway. Let's do that. We'll leave everything where it is. Don't forget the lights as well, so I can... I know the accumulators make their own light a bit, but... the lights to be spaced like everywhere else, or no, I'd rather they were mirrored so every cell looks the same. Yeah, okay, so let's continue the grid out further east. Coverix enrichment, oh dear. You've ventured into the bits of the game I've never heard of. Crikey. That'll be fun then. When I unlock nuclear power, I'll get to learn about all these things. Yeah, part of nuclear, yeah. Part of the processing of the, whoa, what happened there? Processing of the uranium. You've been timed out and I don't know why. So, untime out that. Yeah, it's an auto mod from Stream Elements. Didn't even give me a chance. I don't particularly think I need a mod, but evidently I do need to change my auto mod settings. If I don't see a button that will remove the strikeout. God. There is the message. Got Stream Elements open, haven't I? Where's I don't even know what filter that would have triggered. Like, there's no caps, there's no emotes, there's... Ah. Only allowed, let me remove that. Only allowed 200 letters in a message. Just disabled it for now. If I get a whole bunch of people coming in here spamming paragraphs, then I can turn it back on. Yeah. Well, the bot thought it was a bot message because it was just big. It's... Default settings don't apply to everyone. But I haven't changed any of the settings, so whatever the defaults are for Stream Elements, that's what's going to happen. Sorry about that, Fallen Sword. Still got quite a few cells we can build with what's in our backpack. So what's the advantage of getting more 235? Oh, is it you need the 235 to power the nuclear and the 238 is useless? Got you. You need both to make the cells. Okay. But the ratio of the production is... I'm guessing you need more than 1% 235 in order to make a cell. Check that, couldn't I? I could look at the resection. Not necessarily relevant to what I'm doing in the game at the moment, but I am very interested in it. Enrichment, yeah, it takes 40 and 5 and makes 41 and 2. So you set up miners feeding into the enrichment with a filtered output, yeah. So it feeds a certain amount back into redo the process over and over. Got you. Then when you've got that, you can make nuclear fuel using rocket fuel and 235. Use a uranium fuel cell. Okay, that's like an earlier stage of the... There it is. Oh, okay. You need to like feed it for a while before the process runs smoothly. Fuel cell needs 1 235 to 19 238, which is what you're not getting from... Yeah, you're going to get 0.7%. Nowhere near enough. That, it sounds complicated, and I will definitely be Googling a blueprint to make it. There's no way I'd get the math right myself on that. So I agree, absolutely. Very interesting. Basically gets you off the ground, and then you do the extra research and improve your ratios and stuff to make sense. I mean, we're going to have a huge solar farm before that point in order to get the achievement, whatever the achievement is. Let me check that, which one I'm missing. Need to make 10 gigajoules per hour. Which I'm guessing is 10 gigawatts, which is 10,000 megawatts. I must have that wrong, because that would be 10,000 of these cells. That must be me doing maths bad again. Four reactors feeds 80 boilers. That's a lot of power here. 450 megawatts. We're using 10 megawatts at the moment, so it's a very space efficient way of creating energy for sure. But, am I right in thinking you need... So in order to get the uranium out of the ground, you need to supply sulfuric acid to the miners? Because that's... It's not too complicated to do. I guess you just make sulfuric acid somewhere, put it on a train and off you go, but... Yeah, you do. Yeah, okay. Yeah. But it is, it's an extra stage that you have to think about, I guess, in the whole process. So that is 5 cells across. That should be 5 megawatts in that bottom. So at that point, I want to leave a walkway there. We're out of power poles. Trains are the lifeblood. Yeah, trains, absolutely. They're extremely fun as well, so I don't mind them being so important. So that is the edge of that cell. And the next one's going to start on the other side. We would have a light like that. That's okay. The next one will go here. Centrifuges, you can mine it and store it as the separated elements. Yeah, it's interesting. It's a whole set of machines just for making that. Like, I guess an oil refinery is the same, but I was thinking assembly machines do lots of different things, and chemical plants do lots of different recipes. I guess the centrifuge does 1 or 2 different things, and that's the same as the oil refinery. That's not quite right. I'll be on that side of the pole. I did notice in this run, so it's the first time that I was doing oil on this one, it's quite different to what I was used to before. I've got that basic recipe that turns oil into petrol. I'm used to the first recipe having all 3 outputs and having to juggle your heavy oil, light oil and petrol from the beginning. So that was, for me, that was welcome because I like it easy, but something's not right. Oh no, that is right. Yeah, it's fine. Should have bought... Did I bring any bricks? I did bring bricks with me. I can actually put the road in, then I'll know what I'm looking at. At least, obviously just wanted to make a start on this farm, don't necessarily need to fill everything in perfectly. Clear out what I brought with me, and then we will go and look at red electronic circuits. Filled in the blocks there. Okay, so I'll head back to where we made the plastic and start doing the math on how we make advanced electronics. I think now would be a good time to take another quick break, actually. Get the mind ready, at least. Stretch your legs again. Got about another hour and 10 minutes before the stream will be over, so do hang around. We'll carry on building things for a while. And if you are hanging, lurking, or chatting, having fun, and you haven't clicked the follow button yet, please do. It will make you jump when the noise happens, that's fine, but it's a massive help for me, as I am just starting out with streaming and growing. playing Factorio twice a week, so if you enjoy that game...
Greetings!
Thank you very much, Jim, for the follow. Appreciated. It scares you, but it's good for me, so yeah, go ahead. It's appreciated. There'll be lots of Factorio, and there's other games as well, similar, you know, city builders, town builders, that kind of stuff. So if you're into that, would love to have you around more in the future as well. I'll just be AFK for 2 or 3 minutes, I think. You know, keep the legs moving. If you've been sat down for a long time, please do the same. Get your legs moving. And then we'll carry on in a short bit. Thank you. Hello there, I am back. Legs are back awake, and I can tell it's winter because I had to just go close all the blinds and curtains as well at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. There we go, back to the game. Let's see. We have got plastic being made. We're going to add copper cables and basic circuits. Is plastic used in anything else, or can I just use all of it? I mean, at this stage, I don't think there's anything else I need it for. I might have to use it for something different later. We can reorganise everything then. So let's say we use all of what I'm making, which is 6 machines at 1 times speed. $12 plastic bars per second. Let's write that down in a notepad and start working this out. 12 plastic per second. The recipe for advanced circuits uses 2 plastic every 6 seconds. We're going to have it in a tier 1 machine to start with, which will double the time, so 2 plastic every 12 seconds, 1 plastic every 6 seconds. So we are currently making 72 plastic every 6 seconds, which sounds like we're making way more plastic than we need. Dependent on me getting the maths right, I could put down 72 tier 1 machines making advanced circuits. I definitely don't need that many. Let's work the other way then. How many do I need? I need 3 advanced circuits every 24? No. The recipe for 2 blue science takes 3 every 24. Well, actually, I know the answer to this because I did the maths before on the engine units. Keep the production, you will need more. Yeah, okay. Because I was wondering whether to tear down the plastic to make more batteries. But yeah, red circuits are going to be more useful than batteries. That makes a lot of sense to me. So maximise my red circuit production and then take what I need for the blue science. Run it up a belt or something. But then if I can make 72 machines worth, that's a bit much. Never too many chips, yeah. Okay. Okay. Why don't I use... I've not unlocked yellow machines, but I've unlocked blue ones, which would mean an extra 50% per machine. Gotta work out what maths I need to apply to my 72 to get the number I'm after. 72 is a half, and I want to know a 3/4. Drawing a blank on that. It's a number that's smaller than 72, that's for sure. I'm gonna have to work it out the other way around. Recipe is 6 seconds, so it will be 4.5 seconds in a blue machine. No, it won't be. It has to take longer than 6 seconds. So it's going to take 8 seconds to make 1 circuit. 8 seconds, and we need... This is why I don't do the math. I've got it all written down from what I worked out before, but I can't redo it now. If we're producing 12 plastic every second, we are using 1 plastic every 4 seconds. So we're creating, let's factor into 4 seconds, we're creating 48 plastic every 4 seconds. So we can have 48 machines. Okay. That's 48 machines queued up. Currently playing K2SE. It's Factorio 2 with space exploration, I think. There we go. Never played it, but I've at least learned all the acronyms go about at the moment. Check your vanilla save. You're making 14,000 green chips a minute, 2.7 thousand red chips per minute, and you still need more. Yeah. Yeah, that's like at the moment we've got one source of oil hooked up to our base. That's not going to be the end of it. So you loved Factorio 2, but with space exploration it's overwhelmed. Interesting. Does adding space exploration change K2 like fundamentally, or does it add more on the end, or is it more? Because obviously my experience is in the past, so I've only got bobs and angels to think about, and when you add angels to bobs you get something completely different the whole way through. Well, I've disabled the auto mod paragraph control, so you don't have to be brief, but it would make it easier to read, I suppose. Two, 4, 6, 8, 10. That's 12, so we can do 4 rows of that. Might not be smelting enough plates to do this many. We'll find out when we hook it up. No, I didn't, Jim. You're right. That's the next step. That's fine, we can feed that from either direction. So K2 is the overhaul mod. So added recipes and changed recipes. That's, yeah. More production, more science, colours, I guess. Okay, so yeah, it's like a complete overhaul. Although often they'll retain things, you know, like you smelt iron ore to get iron plates. That you can retain that and still be an overhaul. If we're going to have red circuits there, we're going to need to increase the power grid to fit the green that are getting fed in. It's I find actually Factorio progression quite interesting. So I've been live, what, 3 hours now, and I feel like I've done nothing, or almost nothing, but actually done a lot. There's a whole like train station and mining section up there that didn't look like that 3 hours ago. We expanded all of the oil processing. There's a whole solar grid building out in that direction. These 2 smelting cells weren't there 3 hours ago. So things do crop up quite quickly as you're playing, a lot quicker than I imagine, as I'm just clicking away through everything. It's an easy game to lose yourself in. You know, you're 3 hours in before you realise that you started. Which is part of the reason why I left the curtains open as long as I could. Keep track of the time moving. These are going to be the red circuit rows. Hopefully we can squeeze everything in that tightly. Okay, so if we are making... We are running 48 machines on that recipe. The time is kind of irrelevant. It's now about the ratio. So if I'm using blue machines to make these, and I use blue machines to make the electronic circuits, then it's about the ratio between them. We need 2 circuits per 6 seconds for the recipe, and we make 1 per half second. So 1 machine making green, it's making 2 per second, it's making for 6 every 3 seconds, therefore it can feed 6 red machines, 1 green machine to 6 red machines. We've got 48 red, so we need 8 green. Again, if I've got the maths right. We'll find out. I think you see, if you've got something short, you see pretty quickly like a belt is empty that you were expecting to be full. And then you can work out what's supposed to be on that belt, why isn't it there? And sometimes it's a simple thing, like your inserters aren't moving fast enough and you need a fast one instead of a basic one. Okay, so 8 more blue machines. We're going to need some iron to make them. And then those are going to need copper cable, and the red ones need copper cable as well. So let's use blue machines to make the copper cable as well. That keeps it simple. We need 4 every 6 seconds, and we make 2 every half second. 4 every 6 seconds is 1 every 1.5 seconds. Do you make 3? No, you make 6 every 1.5 seconds. So 1 copper cable supplies 6 of the red machines. So we need 8 copper cable machines just for the red ones. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So that can be copper cables that feed the red machine. This is green. There's going to be 8 of those as well. Then we need copper cable to feed the green machines. We've got 8, and the ratio I know offhand is 3:2. So we need 12. 12 blue machines making copper cables to feed the 8 blue machines making green circuits. Queue those up as well. Might need to spread them out to the east to make enough room for all of the belts that are going to be running around. I don't know how many of these things can be on a shared belt. Production time of the red stuff's quite slow, so we can probably share stuff that goes into that. But production of the green ones is fast, so they might need dedicated belts going in. Shouldn't be too bad, just iron plates and then the output of the cables. We're going to need copper input for the cables. And then they're going to... kind of nice to spread them out and make them into individual cells of 3 to 2. Create a shorter belt system then. 3 like that, 2 like that. And the next one would be 3 like that and 2 like that, so there'll be a bit of a mirror. And we'll do that twice. So this is copper cable into green circuits. There's no easy way, I don't think. I'm just run a loop like that. Then the iron will need to come in on this side. Circuits go out that way. That's not ideal. The circuit output will be on long inserters. The only other real option is to have a shared belt of cable into, but it's using 3 cable for every 1 plate, so I think this is the right way around. We probably need fast inserters the whole way. So they're going to mirror that on this set. I need a lot more fast inserters. Running low on basic stuff, so go fill up my inventory as well. Sure if the supply just off this end smelting cell is going to be enough, so we might need to feed copper from both directions, but we'll get this lot running and then see how the belts look. It's halfway. 1, 2, 3, and a 2, and then 1, 2, 3, and it's 2. Same layout there. What I didn't consider is I could have made a shared red belt. We'll see how it runs. If it's too slow, then we'll consider red belt and whatever else is needed. That's the iron input, needs to go all the way to the last machine. That's the output that will want its sides balancing, which I can do. Putting a splitter in like that. Recipes are set, so I do often forget to. I need even more inserters. And even more belt. He's going to run over to the machine that's making them. Quickest way of getting more. Should do us for a while. Inserters to fill in there. That is the green circuit production laid out. Missing recipes. There it is. There's a few machines here. This looks like it's going to be awkward. I'd quite like to move them. If I put them on the far end, they can pull off the same belt. Then I have to make the decision of offsetting them so that I can use fast inserter. 6, 7, 8. They're not perfectly lined up with my power grid like everything else. Not sure I'll be able to sleep tonight. Okay, so fast inserters, but I don't want them to pull off the same square, so we'll do them like that. Put them onto a belt. 4 up will then need balancing. Other way around, that light's in the way, that's annoying. That's going to go up and over the top because it'll be fed into the red production. So that's going to have copper cable on. This is going to have green, and they can share actually. So let's not balance that belt. Cables will be on the outside. Green circuits will be on the inside. That's going to run down these rows. I swear there is a control to copy that recipe over, rather than having to click every one every time. Would it be called like copy recipe, I guess? So this machine has got a recipe set on it. You can press a button that copies that, and then another button will paste it onto the others. Shift right click, and then shift left click. There we go. Thank you. That saves a lot of time, or a lot of loud noises from opening the machines at least. There we go. Perfect. Thank you for that. So the 2 are coming from the top, and then plastic just needs feeding in as well. So this needs splitting twice, I guess. Plastic can come from the bottom. Then we'll output, it's not going to be enough belt. Outputs on the outside. This is going to get messy. I'm going to send the output over the top for the time being at least. I'm not sure I've left enough space at the bottom for all the plate inputs we're going to need. Yeah, that's right. And a third one on the far side. Need more belt. Gonna need more long inserters for this layout. That plastic I'm just gonna want to move further down so I can run iron and copper in a straight line. Pretty cool looking machine. Each individual machine is pretty cool looking as well. It's quite an old model on the assembly machine, I guess. I really like the new chemical plant look. You can see things sloshing around inside as it does its processes. It's kind of cool. This is up and running. It's going to be power intensive. We might not have placed enough solar panels for this. Got enough of anything to build this out. Need more underground now. Probably more splitters. Which means I need more belt. So that's the only belts left to do, the inputs of copper and iron. So that first one is the iron. And then this is the copper. So now we just need inserters for these. So we need a long one and a regular one on every machine. Remember to come back and put that in. Bet I forget. I don't have any inserters either. I can go over and grab them. A lot of running back and forth at the moment. I should hope that 48 machines making red circuits is going to last us a long time. Hopefully that's enough bits and pieces for now. Splitters wouldn't hurt. we need even more long inserters. That's okay. Yes, I saw that, Jim. If you like that automatic underground thing, I find it. I mean, it's useful in some cases, like if I want to go through there, brilliant. But if you want to go across a belt, it does it. Sometimes I don't want it to. So I've had to kind of get used to that. Sometimes when I'm like relaying some belts, you've got to remove certain pieces first, which I need to get used to because that's a new system to me, the automatic underground stuff. It's nice. It's a nice quality of life thing to add, but I'm used to it not doing that. So that's... I remembered that bit of belt, and that's all the inserters on that row. So now do the ones on this row. And then I'm going to need the long-handled ones. They've been made. Extra bit about there for that. Then we need inserters to output the red circuits onto that belt, which I do. We need to balance. Well, they should balance themselves. These are all going on the outside. These are going to be balanced because the other ones are going to come on long-handed, which we're going to need more of. And these are going to come on the inside when they get to the top. So the whole rows do balance themselves in the end. It's brilliant. Saves any messy bits of belt work that I'm not good at. How many red chips are we making per second? That's a good question because that's going to be relevant soon. If we've got 48 machines operating at 75% speed, we're doing 30. We're not. Hit P's are. That's the best answer to that question. Once the machines are up and running, we can hit P, right? If we do it at the moment, it won't be visible unless there's a potential option. No. At the moment. So we can get them up and running and then hit P and we'll see what we're doing. But we are doing the recipe 36 times, I guess. So we're doing 6 per second, maybe? Since you want to... Oh, that's fine, Formsol. That's fine. No problem at all. I'm expecting to find when they're up and running, we're making 6 per second. But also knowing myself, I'm expecting that we're not making 6 per second. Because I've probably got that maths wrong. Is that all the inserters? It looks like it to me. The supply lines have got everything, and the outbound has got everything. The component pieces have everything, so we just need to hook up these iron and copper and it should start running. I expect we'll find pretty quickly that's not enough copper coming in. If I've got a spare line, I can hook up straight away anyway. So that won't be a big issue. Okay, so the process needs a lot of cable, so this is where it's going to start. They'll go into these machines and make cables. A single fast inserter in and out should be enough for them. I might need to balance that this line in between depending on the throughput, but they are making definitely, I'm almost certain we're going to need a red belt that takes the cable round. So we've got green circuits and cable, they go up to the top. They get split into 2 supply routes. Those machines take everything they need, and a red circuit comes out the other end. Perfect. It's working. We need the materials to reach the last machine to see the statistics on what we're doing. I'm not sure is going to happen. Let's just get the materials and start handcrafting some red belts in case we do need them. I could put a little machine down and do them. I kind of like that idea. I've got no spare machines is all. That's all the handcrafting. Make a couple machines. I'll need 3. Just set a little ad hoc red belt thing in a corner. Yeah, that's what I thought. The copper's not reaching the end of the inbound supply. So we're going to need to turn that whole supply line into red belt. Or run a second line up, but from the space it's currently using the red belt would be easier in my opinion. The supply of green circuits is actually fine. It's the supply of the copper cable into the red circuits that's currently holding it up from its maximum potential. This is currently being not used for anything. So let's put a couple of machines over here. That one's going to make gear wheels. No, that one's going to make gear wheels. That one's going to make yellow belt. That one's going to make red belt. They all need... No, that doesn't need the iron in, so that can do that. And then we just need to get gears over here as well. It's not pretty, but it will make some belt. It's going to be slowed down a lot by that though. That's not important. Speed of it. It's important is that it makes red belt. We can handcraft a little as well while we're not doing anything else. So the current throughput issue is from the copper cable not making it to the last machine. So this outside is the first one that needs upgrading. It really is slow. If I put the bigger power supplies, I can fit extra inserters. I want to change that a little. Extra output as well. It's a bit better. Need some undergrounds. A splitter and 2 undergrounds in red as well. And then we're going to need to take these somewhere so they don't, while they're backlogged on here, we won't be able to see the throughput properly. But that's fine, it's no big deal. Just put another row here and then I was figuring that we'll bring the red circuits down and then along to join the other production area. Yeah, they'll need to come in a little further down. And that's assuming that I don't then need to take these iron and copper all the way over, which I shouldn't. These 2 production cells can feed here and these 2 can feed this end. We can always juggle everything around later anyway. It's not bad for a random machine. Should be enough to get a lot of this done. So I've got 1 splitter there, undergrounds there and there. Oops. The after the splitter might not need it. Because it's halving the amount. It's probably right. Let's try it without red after the splitter. For now, I don't actually remember offhand. Does it tell me the relative speed? It does. Yeah, red is literally double. It's 30 items a second and yellow is 15, so there's no point in going from red to red with a splitter in the middle. Well, actually if one of them gets backlogged then there is a point to it, but not really. So the next issue was when they were going full speed we weren't getting enough copper in. It's more so the case now that the backlog here has cleared out of the furnaces. That's not a full belt. In yellow even. So we may just have to deal with that. What are we even making here if it's 1 plate every 3.2 seconds over 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 over 48. So we're making 48 every 3.2 seconds. We're making 15 per second, which is a full yellow belt. So there's no point in upgrading that to red because we're not actually making enough copper to fill a red one, to fill more than a yellow one. Fine. So this is kind of the best we can do. If the input or throughput isn't sufficient for the 48, then we can't really improve it much more. Fine, let's drag this away. Okay, that should clear the line a bit. Probably not enough though. I need to start using them before we can work out how many we're actually making. What does production says at the moment? So production is saying around, well, it's growing, 24 every 5 seconds. So I'm expecting that to hit 30 when they're going full speed. This one's empty, which it is. They are now going full speed, except the copper circuit isn't reaching the end of the run. So how, well, I'm not sure how we can improve that. We'll need a dedicated line of copper circuit. So we'd have to share the green circuits onto the plastic belt. Yeah, that's not enough throughput. The output here is, that's the issue. The copper coming in isn't enough. That's frustrating. Can't improve the copper input from this end, so we'll need to run a line of copper from the east. Even then, I'm not sure how much of that we've really got spare. We don't need to maximise production here. The only reason to maximise it was to know how much we're making. If this isn't running at maximum efficiency, we're still probably producing enough to do what we're after next, which is blue science packs. So let's just do them and accept it's not perfect. So we've got the engine production there already. Blue science, next step. Advanced circuits. We need 3 circuits for every 2 engines, which is fine. We're 10 machines making other way around, isn't it? 3 circuits for every 2 machines. 10 machines making engines. Way more than that making circuits, and faster as well, because engines are 10 seconds, not 6. So sulfur's the only other thing we're going to need, which so if I'd known that ahead of time, to make more sulfur we need more petrol. The only way we can get more petrol is to reduce our plastic production, which means our red circuit production will drop, which is fine. If they're not getting enough copper, then they can not get enough plastic as well. We can fix it when we get the next oil hooked up, which I'm not sure I've even found any on the map yet. There's our current ones. There's a single oil patch on an island. Might not be worth connecting to. I think that's it. We need to go exploring at some point. How much sulfur are we going to need? That's the question now. We're going to be running, well, we need half as much as we're making engines. sulfur produces every second instead of every 10 seconds, so we need a tenth of a half of the 10 machines that are running engines. So we need half a machine making sulfur. And sulfur is made in a chemical plant, which is crafting speed 1. So we need a quarter of a chemical plant making sulfur, I think. Fix the plastic when we're making advanced oil. That's a good point. There's other recipes that we can use to get more petrol per crude oil, right? How do you cut a machine enough? Well, what you normally do is make one machine and then increase the other side by that much. So we do one machine making sulfur and we do 40 machines making engines, but not too much. How close are we to advanced? Is it depends what colour science you need to unlock it. You only need blue, so we could research it next as soon as we've got blue flasks being made. That'll give us advanced. Then, I mean, coal liquefaction would need purple science, so we're a long distance from that. But yeah, we're close to advanced oil. So advanced oil is where you add water into the refinery process in order to gain, well, first more petrol, but also heavy oil and light oil. I'm guessing heavy oil and light oil have their uses, but they can also be cracked down using water to make more petrol. So I think we can get quite a lot more petrol out of, maybe even double, or more than double, possibly. Yeah, cracking heavy into light and light into petrol. Yeah. At least until we need like the heavy and the light for some other thing. You need one of them for lubrication, right? Yeah, heavy oil turns into lubricant, which is used for... Well, actually it's not used for that much that's useful, I guess. Do we need... Obviously for robotics, it's used to make the frames you need to make the golden science packs, so lubricant will be important. It's kind of annoying. I did kind of want to double check my maths on that. If we're going to run 12 machines making blue science packs, which means we're going to make 24 science packs every 48 seconds, or one science pack every 2 seconds. But we can make engine machines. Oh, yes, so my logic is to balance everything on the same machine. Then when you upgrade the machine, if you upgrade every single machine, your ratio remains the same, your production remains exactly the same. You just need to worry about your input, so your inserters and your belts and your smelting. So I'm going to build blue science on grey machines, and then we have the option of upgrading red, blue and green science all onto blue machines or yellow machines or whatever, if we need to. At the moment, the throughput of I think I've got 20 labs or something. Like, grey machines are fine to supply 20 labs. We would need more labs if we increase the amount of science packs we're making. So absolutely, it will be done eventually. But in terms of like getting things moving, it's simpler to work with grey machines because they work at half crafting speed. And that's an easier calculation to do in my head, especially compared to 3/4 speed or 1 1/4 speed on the yellow ones. So it will be easier with starting with the grey. So what was I saying? We're making one science pack every 2 seconds. So we need a sulfur every 4 seconds. we need to make 1 sulfur every 4 seconds, and they're made 2 per second, then yeah, I was right, we need a quarter of a machine making sulfur. Which takes water and petrol. So probably the best way to do that is just put it on a belt and bring it over from this side. I don't particularly want to pump petrol and water both over there for one thing. Have I got a spare chemical plant? I'll just put it where we used to have one. Other way around. Put the pipes back into place. Find that pipe so I'm not carrying an odd number around, because that's going to bother me. What did I take away? Took the 2 machines that were here away. No idea where that odd pipe is. Just have to live with it, I guess. Okay. Okay, so that's making more sulfur than we need to make the acid here. So even if I resume construction of accumulators, we will have a surplus of sulfur coming out, more than a quarter machine's worth for sure. So we now want to send that, I think, up the top and over with the other stuff. Going to need a lot more belt. Let's run over and grab some from the machines in the east. There's a tree there. That's interesting. The throughput on these solar panel creators are still not right. There's no backlog on the green circuit machines, but they're only feeding 3. I may have got the math wrong there. Never mind, they're making enough to keep it moving. So the sulphur's going to come in above or below. But it could shoot these over. Oh, it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter at this point. Bring it in above this one. We'll have to rebuild all of the belts at some point anyway. I'm not sure if we've got enough space left in this area for the next colour of science pack, so that could be a point where we reorganise everything completely. At some point. It's a long way in the future at the moment, but we'll expand the rail network and we won't have smelting and production so close together. There'll be smelting and in one train stop and production at a different train stop, so everything ultimately will be torn down and rebuilt at some point. Okay, so sulfur is flowing. Red circuits are flowing. We need 12 grey machines creating blue science packs. It's quite a slow recipe, so don't necessarily need a gap and full belts. We can combine the 2 slowest moving pieces. So we'll combine sulfur and engines onto one belt and have circuits on another. Put them here. Then we need to send the blue science over all of this production to where the labs are. So we'll have this be the output, 2 rows for the input, which means we'll need more long-handed grabbers. More belt, evidently. Okay, so that's going up there. This one, what side is the sulfur on? Oh, that's helpful. Just feed engines onto that side. So that's going to need to go one further. Inserters. Long handled. And then the outputs, which need balancing about here. Don't need balancing, but would be good to balance about there. And I need to set the recipes, of course. All of the ingredients are there. We are making blue science packs. Takes a bit of time. Okay. So how are we going to get the blue science packs over to the other side of the road? Which one I want to send them backwards? You could send it in a... I've got a spare red underground. Let's just use that. So that's got a longer distance. To be about there. And red's on the outside of these, so we need to shoot through to the inside track. Here they come. Some red science packs. Did I say red? I meant blue, I think. They are definitely very slow. Keep an eye on that, whether we got something wrong in the ratios, and might be able to increase it, but they should be being produced at the same overall output as the red and green. Obviously there's a big backlog of red and green that's been sat here, so labs are whirring away. Lab research speed is ticking up. We're back up and running. That's good. That is a good result to reach at exactly 4 hours into the session, which is end of stream for me, which is a shame because this has been a very good stream and I'm very grateful for everyone for joining me. If you've had fun, whether you've been lurking or just listening or watching the whole time, just enjoying me ramble on about numbers and bad maths, then please do hit the follow button. It's a big help for me. It's one of the leading numbers for my growth as a streamer, which I'm intending to do for quite a long time now, kind of full-time thing, so I would like to grow quickly. There'll be more Factorio in a couple of days, I'll be continuing this factory on Sunday, starting at 1 PM GMT. So please do come back and join that. If you enjoy other games as well, then please do look at the full schedule. My next stream is tomorrow morning. Tomorrow at 10 AM GMT, I'll be playing some more Cities Skylines, so be very welcome to join me for that.